Yes, I'm listening.
首長は変わっていくが、いい料理人は一生残る。私はとても優れた料理人だ。
Yes? Did you want something?
この辺で完全にバカじゃないのは俺たちだけだ。
よくやったね。
Yes? Did you want something?
Ah, good to see you. Thankfully, no. Patrons from across Tamriel provide support to the Bard's College. Being a bard is a profession we try to keep open to anyone with passion and talent. Charging fees would make it impossible for many to study with us. Many thanks. How much did you have in mind?
Are you all right?
Thank you very much for your generosity.
All right then.
Always a pleasure to meet a prospective bard. You should be aware that many apply, but we accept very few people. If you would like to be considered as a student, speak with Maluka. She is handling admissions for the college at present.
Oi, 危ない!
Hello, good to see you. I'm a bard, trained right here at the Bard's College. What brings you to the Bard's College today? Are you interested in becoming a bard or visiting to see our collection? We are always happy to have a prospective bard enter our halls. If you're interested in becoming a bard, you've come to the right place. We house one of the best art collections in Skyrim. We have an excellent library, and our students can often be heard practicing. However, we only accept a few applicants each year, so I need to know you have some talent with speechcraft before I accept you as a student. You certainly speak well enough for us to get started. I will accept you into the school under my supervision. Be warned that the training takes time and dedication. There is more to it than practicing popular tunes. You will need to pass oral exams on several subjects and prove proficient with all instruments. Are you sure you want to join the college? Very well. You are now a student of the college. We have classes every day. You can find the college timetable on the main desk in the library. Now that you're a student, you have a dorm room here at the college. Your room will be the first one in the dormitory on the lower level. Our curriculum begins with history. In order to complete this course, you will need to review the history of Skyrim primers. When you feel ready to take the oral exam, please come and see me.
Do you have something to say?
Rest up. We have more battles ahead.
Was there something you wanted?
Good to see you. I'm sorry. I would have liked to attend. You've probably noticed I don't leave the college. I suppose the easiest way to explain it is that I'm on guard duty. As you've now learned, sometimes bards become targets for political reasons. Viamo and I have some concerns about the safety of the Bards College, given all the recent upheaval. So for the time being, I promise to stay inside the Bards College at all times to keep it, and the materials inside safe. I'm sorry I missed your big moment. Viamo is a talented bard and scholar. He's earned his position as headmaster, but he's not the adventurous type and doesn't have much experience in a fight. I, on the other hand, well, I've gotten out of plenty of trouble. And speaking of Viamo, I almost forgot. The tower of the Bards College was recently renovated, and I lobbied that it should be offered to you. It isn't anything fancy, but it's much nicer than the student dorms. There's room for storage and your own workspace. Here's the key. The entrance is through the locked door on the upper floor. There's a ladder up into the tower. I hope you like it and visit the Bards College from time to time. It would be nice to have the extra company.
Yes?
Hello,
Did you want
good-
something?
Well, I was born and raised here in solitude. My mother was a Nord and my father was an Imperial soldier stationed here. Growing up, I spent most of my free time in the courtyard of the Bards College, so I could listen to the students practicing. Even as a little girl, I desperately wanted to become a bard, so I joined as soon as I could convince Viamo to accept me. He made me run errands for him for almost an entire year as part of my acceptance. Consider yourself lucky that I'm handling admissions now. After I finished my studies and was inducted, I made a point of travelling to every city and village in Skyrim. I even went to Morrowind and Cyrodiil. The war drove me back to the college, I'm afraid. Well, the war and the dragon crisis. The roads have become very dangerous. I've been working on some new books and songs to record the recent events, but it's much harder to keep such materials safe out there. Then, Viamo wrote me and offered me a place at the Bards College while I do my work. It seemed like the best option. And I am grateful. Don't misunderstand me. I have a safe place to work and access to the most recent news. But I do miss travelling. When things settle, I hope to return to my wandering ways. Being inducted means you are being raised from the rank of student to a fully invested member of the Bards College. Full members of the Bards College are acknowledged across Tamriel as being well educated and skilled in their craft. There is no law saying that a bard has to be a member of the college, but being a full member commands respect and opens doors. For instance, I don't think there is a Jarl in Skyrim or a noble in Cyrodiil who will employ a bard who isn't an inducted member of the college. Additionally, as a full member, you share ownership of this building and everything in it with your fellow college bards. So, I suggest you leave people's beds alone. fights between bards can get surprisingly ugly. Well, no. Honestly, no. There are a couple of inducted members who completed the courses, but are horrible singers. Truly, truly awful. But they know the history, the poems and the instruments, so they were inducted. Just hope no one asks them to sing near you. I am glad to hear that. I warn you that in order to pass, you must answer all of the questions correctly. Bards are keepers of history, and it's important that we have a good understanding of it. Are you sure that you are ready? Very well. First question, who was the leader of the Atmoran expedition to Skyrim? Correct. Next question, who was the leader of the Snow Elves during the Nordic Farmer War? Which king of Skyrim relinquished all holdings in Atmora, proclaiming the people of Skyrim as independent? Correct. Next question. Which claimant to the throne of Skyrim did the Crown of Verity reject? Correct. Next question. What event led to the founding of the Ebonheart Pact? Correct. Final question. What happened during the Red Year to give it that name? Very well done. You passed your history examination. The next course is song lyrics. You need to listen to bards play traditional songs to learn the words. You should also review Songs of Skyrim, a book about traditional songs that you can find in the library. When you feel ready to take the oral exam, please come and see me.
Yes? I'm always ready for a chat. I'm nauseous from the smell. This place absolutely stinks. Almost as bad as you do. That was a joke, obviously. Or was it? Sure. What's on your mind? Well, there is this person that I have feelings for, but I don't know if they feel the same way. I'm good friends with them, but I don't want to spoil things between us. Oh, never mind, it's no one. I'm fine. Let's just keep moving. Sure, what's on your mind? Well, there is this person that I have feelings for, but I don't know if they feel the same way. I'm good friends with them, but I don't want to spoil things between us. Really? Who is this person? Me? I don't know what to say. I really like you too. Don't think this changes anything, though. You will never be better than me, and I will never answer to you. I'm here if you ever need me.
Solitude. Sheer scale and size of it never gets old.
Let me guess. You want to talk?
Hello, friend.
Would you like to? I would be honored to, my lady. A fine request. I would be happy to play this for you.
Oh, hey there. Good to see you.
何にいたしましょう。ブルーパレスの舞台に立つのは光栄だった。今は亡き君主様は私の熱烈なファンだったのよ。この反乱はすぐに終わりそうにないわ。スカイリムの宮廷ツアーは打ち切らないと旅をするのが危険すぎる。
Oh, hey there. Good evening. Some lack talent, but most of my family has some connection to music. I was blessed with true musical talent, and my father was a poet. My grandfather crafted musical instruments, and my great-grandmother was a traveling bard. Our history is a proud one that I am honored to preserve and continue. A few years now, I was a student here myself and quickly earned induction. I split my time between teaching and traveling Skyrim to perform at the courts of Jarls. Teaching can be frustrating, but the next generation of bards needs good guidance. I was a student here myself and quickly earned induction. I split my time between teaching and traveling Skyrim to perform at the courts of Jarls. Teaching can be frustrating, but the next generation of bards needs good guidance.
いいわよ。どんな曲がいい？もちろん素敵な曲だし、いい趣味よ。次の歌はスカイリムの救世主であるドラゴンボーンを称えたものです。空を
Move it, move it!
の翼吐く息は炎その鱗は刃恐れ震え上がり逃げ惑う人々戦う者もいるが虚しく死にゆく我らは求め歌う救世の英雄をアルドゥイに挑む竹木勇者をアルドゥイの勝利は人の世の終わり黒き翼の闇が酔う恐ろしき日にも終わりは訪れる冬のように確かなそれは声としてそれこそアルドゥインの死を告げる調べスカイリムの美しき空を吸うアルドゥインの脅威は声によりて終わり秘術は伝わる新たな時代へ不滅なるものはないアルドゥインも同じ物語は終わりそしてドラゴンは去ったのよ
I am proud. The Bard's College doesn't accept just anyone. To be accepted so young is an honor, even if it means I have less experience than the others. A small village in Hammerfell. Nothing special, really, but I'll put it on the map one day. People will know my name and travel to see my hometown. At least I hope so.
ああ、どんな曲がいい？
Mammoth nose.
もちろん、素敵な曲だし、いい趣味だ。次の歌はスカイリムの救世主であるドラゴンボーンを称えたものです。
I'm tired.
Originally, yes, I was born there and spent much of my youth in the Isles. But Skyrim and this college have been my home for a very long time. As a young man, I was inspired by some bardic verses I stumbled across. It was passionate and presented the world from a point of view that I've never seen before. I became curious about the world beyond my homeland, and when I was old enough, came to Skyrim to study at the Bard's College. After being inducted, I traveled and performed widely, but I found my calling teaching aspiring bards. I've never regretted my decision to come to Skyrim, though I do regret agreeing to become headmaster some days. Oh, the usual. Politics, whining, and not having the time to focus on my own creative work. But enough of that. You're young and needn't worry about that just yet. Always good to see a fellow bard.
Take care of yourself.
When I was younger and my fingers more flexible, I was one of the best lute players in the world. Someone started the rumor that I had 6 fingers. I don't, but the name stuck. I took it as a compliment. Always good to see a fellow bard.
Was there something you wanted?
Muji ni Orafu王の墓から戻ったみたいね。嬉しいわ。私よりも厄介な仕事を与えられたものね。
It's a fine day for a tune, don't you think?
Yes, I'm listening.
The Sunny welcomes you.
銀融詩人の大学で一番若い銀融詩人です。どうぞ何なりと。
Hello, good to see you. How go your studies? Good to see you. How go your studies? It is to honor the origins of bards. You see, bards didn't always have books and libraries, so they would memorize long poems and songs to preserve historical events. The Bard's College uses oral exams as a way of reminding students of that history and training them to memorize information. After all, once you leave the college, you won't be able to take the library with you. I am glad to hear that. I warn you that in order to pass, you must answer all of the questions correctly. Songs are a cornerstone of being a bard, and it is important you are familiar with the most popular songs of Skyrim. Are you sure that you are ready? Very well. First question, where was Ragnar the Red riding to in the song Ragnar the Red? Correct. Next question, what is the name of the shield maiden in the song Ragnar the Red? Correct. Next question, which song offers an archetype of what Nords should be? Correct. Next question, true or false? The opening lyric of The Dragonborn Comes is, our hero, wields the ancient Nord art. Excellent. Glad to see you're mastering the material. Next question. The Age of Aggression is a song that favors which faction in the Civil War? Correct. Final question. Both the Age of Aggression and the Age of Oppression feature the lyric, and when Sovngarde beckons. But how does the lyric end? Correct. Well done. You're doing very well in your courses so far. The next course is about the historical musical instruments on display here at the Bard's College. Learning about them will help you better appreciate the proud tradition you are becoming part of. Go through the Bard's College and read the plaques beside the instruments to learn about them. When you feel ready to take the oral exam, please come and see me. Hello, good to see you. I am glad to hear that. I warn you that in order to pass, you must answer all of the questions correctly. Are you sure that you are ready? Very well. First question, what is the name of the awesome drum on display at the Bard's College? Next question, which instrument is said to have been swindled from Sheogorath by Kalissos? Correct. Next question, which instrument was the creation of the Khajiit bard I Fancy? Correct. Next question, what culture does the harp lily tongue originate from? Correct. Next question, what purpose did the drum Skytalker serve? Correct. Final question, which historic bard originally owned the lute of Blue Longing? Correct. Well done. I am glad to see that you have paid attention to the musical history preserved at the Bard's College. Maybe someday, one of your instruments will be displayed here as well. You're ready to start learning about the instruments we teach here, starting with the drum. Here is a set of the drum books you need to study to pass the exam. After you pass the exam, you will start practicing the drum. When you feel ready to take the oral exam, please come and see me.
Remember,
good to see you.
Smart man can't save you when your head is on the
I am glad to hear that. I warn you that in order to pass, you must answer all of the questions correctly. The drum may not be the most elegant instrument, but it teaches rhythm and timing. Are you sure that you are ready? Very well. First question, what wood type is best for drums? Correct. Next question, how many skins are part of a drum? What should be applied to the drum's wood monthly to preserve the wood's strength and tone? Correct. Next question. True or false, heat can dry out a drum skin and cause shrinkage? Correct. Next question. According to Viamo, where is rhythm born? Correct. Final question. How many drum performance techniques are there? Very well done. You passed your drums oral exam. Your next step is preparing for the drum music evaluation by practicing the instrument. You can buy an instrument from Viamo or make one upstairs at the tanning rack. When you're ready, come and see me to do the evaluation. Take care. How go? I have mixed feelings. They represent so much danger and destruction, but also something exciting and world-changing. I am both fascinated and frightened by them. So far, the bard in me and my fascination is winning, but only by a little. I am working on a song about dragons right now. Being a bard is strange, in that you both mourn and work to preserve the memory of horrible things. I'm glad to hear that. Please go ahead and play me a song. How go your studies? May song speed you a lot. How go your studies? Hello, good. You did a great job. It's clear you've been practicing. You'll be starting with the oral exam. Here are the books you need to study to prepare for the exam. When you feel ready to take the oral exam, please come and see me. How go your studies? I am glad to hear that. I warn you that in order to pass, you must answer all of the questions correctly. The flute is a lovely musical instrument that I hope you enjoyed learning about. Are you sure that you are ready? First question, what kind of instrument is a flute? Correct. Next question, which of the following is not a material used to make flutes? Correct. I've heard of attempts to use metal for flutes, but thus far no one has managed it. Next question, true or false? Heat is the greatest enemy of the flute. Correct. Next question, how often should a flute be dried? Correct. Next question, what is the flute an extension of? Good. As a woodwind, the flute relies on your breath to make it sing. Final question, true or false? A bard should press down hard on the holes of a flute. Very well done. Your next step is preparing for your musical evaluation for the flute. You can buy an instrument from Viamo or make one upstairs at the tanning rack. When you're ready, come and see me to do the evaluation. good to see you. I'm glad to hear that. Please go ahead and play me a song. How go your studies? Hello, good to see you. That wasn't bad, but you need more practice. Attend music class and keep playing your instrument to improve your skill. Please see me when you're ready to try again. It's impacted everyone in Skyrim in some way. The Bard's College relies on patrons, but we're seeing far fewer donations than usual. People have concerns other than the arts right now, which I understand, even if it makes things more difficult for the college. And many bards have given up travelling. They are settling down and taking jobs at inns so they can make a living without the risks of the roads. Many of us are trying to record any events we can in order to preserve the unfolding history. But there are many challenges. I'm glad to hear that. But let me check your Bard journal first to see how much you've been practicing. Based on your journal, I'm afraid you need more practice before taking the evaluation again. Please see me when you're ready to try again.
Well, you better wash off all the dirt and soot before you come anywhere near me.
Some say I'm too generous, but my fortune is large. What song shall I play? Fine. Prepare your ears for greatness. The wolf strode upon great Jorvesker to meet the sons of Ysgramor. They said, what are you but a harbinger to leave us hopeless and forlorn? The wolf bore its fangs and spread its claws and tore at its own hide. Drink the blood and become my sons, or by dawn you'll never survive. And so the pack who was born again as the wolves of Jorvesker, to rule in life and serve in death as the moonlight bound hunter. And so the pack
alchemy, when done right, can provide a discernible combat advantage.
To rule in life and serve in death as the moonlight's dark hunter. It's a shame that I don't know his name and I don't care to. I imagine to utter it would be some sort of Daedric malediction opening a portal to oblivion. You'll know him by his looks. He's as ugly as a Shulk, as graceful as a golem, and as fat as a sea drake. And much like those drakes of Blackmarsh, his entire existence is an utter abomination. Easy. You can find him by his smell. When it comes time to deliver my poem, I'll follow that specific trail, to my nose's regret. The smell he emits is unlike any other. It's as if all the world's mildew collected in a single boot and was left to ferment in a dragon's anus. I dare say he must be a werewolf of some kind, the way he drags his hairy knuckles on the dirt. Coming from him, I'll take that as a compliment. Clearly, he's throwing spit to the wind and hoping it hits something other than his face. How should I know? He's the one who started this quarrel, but I aim to finish it, and I just about have just 3 more lines. Why wouldn't I have animosity for the one who continues to befoul my honor, and do so in a fashion that even a coward would find reproachful? I've challenged him to as many duels as he has fleas, but he has bribed, cheated, lied, and stolen to ensure his survival. Now he simply opts to flee. Simple. Words travel with you. They stick to the inside of your mind. My verse will worm its way into his mind like a poison, gnawing away at the tips until it burrows a hole to the heart of madness. It is not death I speak of, but the death of his dream. I will make him weep until the widows pity his soul, and then I will kill him. Of course. In fact, I was waiting for you to ask. Which deal shall I relate to you? The 2 I recall most vividly was the bare-knuckle brawl and the duel of spiced wine. Sure. My servant and I were attending a party at the Falmore Embassy when someone mentioned a delightful bard that reminded her of Razalon. Of course, I recognized the fungal odor of dead animal musk immediately. As there are no weapons in the embassy, I was forced to challenge the fat golem to a bare-knuckle brawl. I would have won easily, but the scoundrel managed to sneak a shiv past the guard. His every jab was a slash. Still, I would have trounced the cur had he not cut my forehead, which blinded my vision. It ended in another draw. That day the Nord was here in solitude. The fat boar asked me, "What is it this time? Dice? Daggers?" But I told him my weapon of choice was wine. It was a drinking duel. We spread 21 bottles on a table and took 10 each at random. The remaining bottle was a cure disease potion. Yes, after 5 bottles, if we were both standing, we would take a break. We both were allowed to eat, provided the food came from the inn. The brute went for a haunch. I made no such request. I walked behind the counter and plucked my choice from the rack. Naturally. Earlier, my servant had asked the local alchemist what foods would help me resist poison. She said garlic. With that, victory was assured. The Nord was halfway through bottle number 7, but it's then that his monkey lips curled into a smile. Because he was up to no good. I could already see the flies milling about in his head when he smashed the bottle on the table. Then, like a frenzied troll, the fiend swung the broken glass at my neck. I was about to demand his head for breaking the rules when I realized my mistake. I said our weapons would be wine bottles, but I failed to specify in what way. With idiots, you have to explain things without implications. As you wish. Well, typically, something of this stature requires decades to perfect. Even for someone of my talents, it has taken months to get this far. Yet I have made significant progress nonetheless. Perhaps you would like me to bless you with a verse? You're well-mannered, Sirrah. The honor is mine to read to one so noble, but I assure you the pleasure will be all yours. This poem is based on a vacant home I passed by in Whiterun, following a mounted duel with a Nord. The cave is the heart where the dragon tongue sings, and the torchbug pens poetry upon a naked leaf. Here lie 7 generations of smells, where beds never cool and windows never shut their eyes. Where on a midst of sun's dusk the sky betrays its wintry master, where the sun dances with the nightshade and spells cast calm on the day. You aren't applauding. No, applause is meant for half-wit apprentices who fancy themselves masters. But you are beyond applause. You have achieved pure ecstasy from having my poetic brandy poured down your ears. Do not worry. You need not say a word, for you already know that nothing you say will suffice. Many years, more than I care to count, my clan made its fortunes long ago, and now we spend our time leisurely, donating to the arts. Most of the time we make sizable donations through gold, but I believe that my poetry will serve as an equally charitable measure. Yes, undoubtedly you wish to know my authorial intent. While there are countless deeper meanings, the basis of the poem is about how caves are a home for the undead whose winter never comes. A hereditary affliction. I have my father's eyes. It is a mark of noble ancestry.
No. I was born in the south of Skyrim, near Falkreath. My tribe is nomadic. Ah, so you're one of those. Pardon me. The Bard's College is highly respected. While I could learn the craft in Black Marsh, being inducted here will earn me respect and open doors for me. I wish to spread the tales and songs of my people. Yes, indeed. My people invaded Oblivion during the Oblivion Crisis. So great was our assault that the Daedra closed many of their gates. As the result of the great courage of those warriors, Black Marsh suffered far less damage than other areas. They saved their people by confronting the danger without flinching back. Viarmo has been tutoring me further on the drum, so I suppose he would be my favorite. He is not what I expected of an Altmer. Good in general. I'm already experienced with the drum. The lute isn't so bad, but I need more practice with the flute. I've already passed many of the other courses. And you? How do you find the Bard's College? Well, that's good news for you then.
It's good to see you again. I'm a Nord who was raised on the epics. Grand stories and poems that can be turned into songs are what I crave. They match my passion. A farm not far from Winterhold. I grew up there helping my family with the crops and longing for something more. Coming to Solitude to study to be a bard was a welcome change to my life. We are seeing each other romantically. She is a fine woman. I do not think it will last once I join the Legion, but sometimes you must focus on the present and not the future. They are an interesting group, all good musicians, and even if I would not call them friends, I respect their desire to be bards.
いいよ。どんな曲がいい？イスミールに守られている。これは私のお気に入りだ。私たちみんなが大好きな伝説の。
銀融詩人の大学で。
I plan to return to Hammerfell and record all the stories of my people. We have some songs that celebrate our history, of course, but I want to organize all the tales together. Maybe someday I'll found a Bard's College for Hammerfell, where students study a poetic Edda for the Red Guard. Yes, I suppose it is. The Bard's College is wonderful and accepts anyone with talent regardless of politics. There are stories and songs from many cultures preserved here. But imagine smaller colleges gathering the songs and stories of their region. That's ambition worth having. A bit overwhelming at times. I tell myself to take it one day at a time. I'll be inducted soon. Solitude is a lively city full of history. I miss my homeland, of course, but this is a great opportunity for me. Different foods, different songs, and different ideas help expand one's mind.
Oi! 危ないぞ!
Huh? Good to see you. Whichever one you like best. Bard is a general term that encompasses many forms of the arts. None of the students here are going to leave experts on everything. Find what you enjoy most, and let that be your focus where most of your effort goes. The college seeks to provide a general foundation, but what you build with it is on you. I was still on the road as a traveling bard when I took on my first student. I was sharing a wagon with a young woman and started teaching her how to play a flute I'd made. Girl traveled with me a while before I sent her here. I came to see her inducted and decided to stay and teach. Life on the road starts being hard on the bones at a certain point. Always good to see a fellow bard.
Oh, well, they're very talented. I try to watch them and learn what I can. When I first arrived, I was very nervous and clumsy. I caused a few accidents and even broke some instruments. First impressions are hard to overcome. It is overwhelming at times, but I love the view of the sea from the college and being around so many bards. I love music. It's always been something that makes me happy, even if I'm not always great at it. I'm working very hard, and hopefully I'll be inducted as a full bard soon. I'm from a farm near Whiterun, nowhere special, but it is warmer in the south. Solitude isn't as cold as some parts of Skyrim, but I can never seem to get warm here. Still, I'm honored to be here. It's an opportunity I never thought I'd get. Always good to see a fellow bard.
Kisani welcomes you. It is not home to Kisani. It is cold and old smell, but the college has much knowledge and history. Kisani dislikes the war and worries about how it may change Skyrim. But it is the concern of the Nords and the Empire, not the Khajiit. This one is a bard in training at the Bard's College here in Solitude. If such a path interests you, seek out the Bard's College. Kisani learned her craft at the side of her father. Khajiit is a great bard. Kisani enjoys the lute, but this one misses the canon songs. Kisani therefore thinks history best. Khajiit caravans are not permitted inside the wall of the city. The Nords see thieves when they look at them regardless of the truth. This one is not of a caravan. All have talent, some more than others. Most are polite, and that is all Kisani asks. Mata kondo.
Yeah, ご婦人方。この素晴らしい日に大きくて強い男がお手伝いできることはありますか？
今度は侵略の時代をやってみましょう。授業で披露するわ。
As long as they're playing instruments, they're passable. You don't want to hear them sing. They're not bad classmates, I suppose. Everyone gives each other space and has their own focuses. That at least keeps us from stepping on each other's toes. My voice is a gift that should be shared with the world. Life at the college is a bit simple, but being an inducted bard will ensure me a position at court in the future. Going very well, of course. What about you? I hear you're doing very well. Most of the others aren't as talented as they'd like to believe. But you seem to have actual talent. I couldn't agree more. It's too much needless material. I'm a singer, not a poet or historian. Poetry is so dull when it isn't set to music. My family estate is near the Imperial City. I was raised and educated there. While lacking many of the comforts of home, solitude is nice enough for now. Always good to see a family.
Oi! 危ないぞ!
I'd like to think that one day I could trust you.
Glad you're here. Hello, friend.
いいだろう。今回だけだ。
Hey there.
おい、危ない!
It's good to see you again.
おい、危ない!
できることなら。おい、危ないぞ!
Good to see you.
わかったわよ。じゃあもうちょっと楽しいことをしましょう。続けてアタフ。
Formal training may have worked for me, but it's not for everyone. Some of the best bards never set foot in the college.
This college has proved to be rather appetizing.
だいぶ上手になったわ、アタフ。ラグナルと赤の部分をちょっと強調してみて。
いいかい？これらの歌を届けるのがお前の仕事だ。群衆を沸かせるんだ。彼らを引きつければお前を愛してくれる。
この辺で完全にバカじゃないのは俺たちだけだ。おい、危ない!
Ah, good to see you. Always good to see a fellow bard.
ソリチュードへようこそ。スカイリムの芸術の都だ。歌の力があなたを加速させますよ。
Hello, friend. I don't agree with Viarmo on all of his decisions regarding the college, but I can't deny his deep love for our institution. The man understands how important what we do is to the world. Of course, I am proficient in the main instruments we teach here at the college, but my focus as a bard has always been in the writing and preserving of the poetic Edda. Music, while important, has never held as much interest for me as history and verse does. I'd never be able to choose just one story. I'm very fond of the songs of the kings, but all stories have value. I wish it had been in better condition. It could have served as a grand example of the evolution of bardic verse. Still, I'm grateful you recovered the verse and returned safely. You must tell me about the experience. Oh my, Oh, you are serious, aren't you? To think that his spirit lingered in hopes of his final work being found. Truly a heroic bard. How marvelous. You need to record this. I mean it. Write down the entire adventure. It is a perfect piece for you to add to the poetic Edda. There may yet be more secrets there. I'll speak with the headmaster about sending a team to investigate.
Oi, Abine!
Do you have something to say?
la 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 la. Oh.
ブルーパレスに行くなら、その服はちょっと考えた方がいいかもね。
And you might need to rethink that face before I rearrange it.
パパはもうロックビルには会えないって言うけど、理由は教えてくれないの。
さあ入ってくれ。ちょうど火を起こしたところだ。座って体を温めてくれ。
やらなきゃいけないこと、そうとも言える。主人だからな。いいか。ウィンキングスキーバーの主人は親父だ。これは家業だから、親父が死んだら俺のものになるのさ。なあ、見に行ったよ。あんな理由で処刑すべきだったかどうかはわからない。だが一つ言えるのは、自業自得だったってことさ。話はもう終わったしな。
ウィンキングスキーバーへようこそ。
また疲れたらぜひウィンキングスキーバーに。
What's on your mind?
My mother always said, a good night starts with a good drink. Want to find out if she was right?
そのようね。
What is it?
I do love it when they try to resist, but come on now. Who could resist these curves? I like them rough and wild. You look like... Of course.
Hey!
Hey there, looking for a good time? Thank you. Here, this is for you.
お部屋へご案内します。こちらへどうぞ。何？ちょっと危ないわよ。何？ちょっと危ないわよ。
I'm all ears. Well, not literally, of course. tell you about the time I nearly made 2 people die without even touching them? I didn't feel like wearing clothes that day. One man nearly choked to death on a piece of bread when he saw me, and the other fell over a bridge and nearly drowned. Hey! Yes? Did you want something?
まず我が姉妹を殺し、次に部下を虐殺したのか。オブリビオンに落ちろ。これで終わりだ。
Prepare for imminent conflict. Futile efforts. Futile against my resolve. Your strength fades. Accept your fate.
Have I mentioned I don't like snow?
Do you have something to say? Yes? Did you want something?
法廷の邪魔をしないでくれ。
違うよ。不思議な呪文はあそこの洞窟から聞こえてくるんだ。おかしな音と光だ。調べてみないと。
では直ちに軍隊を派遣して洞窟の探索と町の安全確保に当たらせます。我が統治下ではアーフィンガルの人々の安全は常に保証されるでしょう。
陛下、水晶占いによるとここには何もないようです。ドラゴンブリッジは帝国の統制下にあります。これは迷信のザレ言のように思われます。
多分もっとよく混ざり合った反応が必要なのかな。
そうね、もちろんその通りよ。ファルク、ドラゴンブリッジに増援を送るよう私が言っていたとアルディス隊長に伝えて。
ありがとう、エリシフ首長。でもあの洞窟は
誰かにその洞窟も対応させるよ。バルニュース、君はゆっくり休んでいい。解散。
Alright then。やることがあるんだ。ドラゴンブリッジに戻らないと。自分の役目を果たした。ドラゴンブリッジの警備は固められるだろう。ファルクファイアビアードは洞窟をどうにかするはずだ。
この困難な時期に人々の士気を鼓舞する方法。
おい、危ないぞ。
ブルーパレスからドール城まで豪華なパレードを行って、
危ないぞ。
飾ったトゥリウス将軍と彼の部隊に行進してもらいましょう。用が終わり、それこそ臆病な裏切り者が権力を欲した時にすることだからよ。ウルフリックは上級王の座を切望していた。トリグよりも自分の方がふさわしいと考えたのね。そしてあいつは夫の前に現れ叫んだわ。あの恐ろしい声で、まるで伝説、いえ悪夢から出てきたように。ウルフリックがあの凄まじい怒りを爆発させた時、夫はただ息絶えてた。話せるのはそれだけよ。これ以上は悲しくなるから。今は違う。確かに亡くなった夫のトリグは上級王だったけれど、今はそのような称号を主張する時期ではないわ。この国は戦争によって引き裂かれ、民は苦しんでいる。ストームクロークはスカイリムを破滅させる存在よ。そういう存在は一掃しなければならない。上級女王としての正当な地位を手にするのはそれからよ。そうね、その質問は聞き慣れてるわ。従士たちによく尋ねられるの。彼らはトゥリウス将軍が戦争にばかり気を取られ、民にとって何が最善なのかを忘れやしないかと心配している。本当に皮肉なのは、明らかにノルドではないトゥリウス将軍がいなければスカイリムの人々は生きていけないということね。信頼というのは常に難しいことよ。特に民にとってはね。でもトゥリウス将軍の指導力を信じるしかない。他にどんな選択肢があるの？あら、その問題は型がついたとばかり。ファルクが対応しているはずよ。お元気で。ソリチュードと
宮廷に用があるのか？ああ、そうだった。ラムか。ありがとう。ハンマーフェルへ順調な旅をしている間にこれが好きになってね。さあ、これはお礼だ。ドラゴンブリッジの問題か。正直に言って放っておこうかと思っていたんだ。バルニュースはよく言ってもちょっと神経質なところがあるからな。ウルフスカル洞窟の近くで奇妙な出来事が報告されている。旅人が消える、変わった光が見えるとな。おそらく野生の動物か、はたまた山賊のせいだと思うんだが、戦争が起きている時に時間を費やすほどの問題じゃないと思うがね。もしこの洞窟を片付けたいなら、この仕事に対して報酬は出すぞ。この洞窟はちょっと曰くつきでね。大昔に狼の女王ポテマが資料術の儀式を行うのに使っていたんだ。それが名前の由来だ。500年以上も前の話だ。今ではそこに何もないんだがね。みんなその洞窟は呪われていると固く信じているのさ。当然だろう。どういう類の質問なんだ。おそらくエリクールに話を聞いたんだろう。従士の間ではこのような根も葉もない話が交わされているからな。あいつがその元凶だと俺は疑っている。 この町での艦隊を失いたくないなら、そのような噂話には耳を貸さないことだ。エリシフはまだ若いが正当な主張だ。他のところはともかく、ここスカイリムでは祖父の時代の伝統を尊重している。覚えておいた方がいいだろうな。それはまだわからないな。本来なら彼女はスカイリムの上級女王として正当性を主張できる立場にある。だがそのような主張が意味を持つためには他の主張の指示がいる。彼らが彼女の支配を受け入れてくれれば平和になる。おい、危ない。
頼みたいこと。
The court. A whirlwind of gossip and ambition. As always. Little of substance ever emerges from those gilded cages. Ash, was it? Mercenary with the intriguing talents. One hears rumors of your exploits.
If you come to file another complaint, I won't deign to hear it. If my presence is that much of an issue, tell it to the steward. Everyone whines and moans about how loosely I flap my tongue, as if vain Ericur's eccentric love life were not a matter of public knowledge.
Piques my curiosity.
And for the last time, I am not a Thalmor agent here to destabilize the court. You're thinking of my terribly unfashionable twin sister, Mithril. My name, on the other hand, is Nithriel, and I am both an attendant to the court and someone worthy of confidence.
You sense that?
A simple detect life spell. Quite useful for discerning irregularities. Detects Daedra, automatons, and, well, you understand.
Oh, that spell. Clever. I imagine it's quite handy for identifying vampires, wouldn't you say? Given their lack of a conventional life force.
Yes, well, if you'll excuse me, more, pressing matters demand my attention.
人と付き合うにはいろいろな方。私の忍耐力なんでもないわ。忙しいし期待もしていない。人から邪魔されたくないの。あら、そんな目で見ないでよ。いいわよ。あなたが好きそうなつまらない仕事があるんだけど、いわゆるその吸血鬼問題よ。血を抜かれた死体が見つかっているのよ。用心のために一掃しておいた方がいい洞穴があるわ。その程度のことだってできやしないに決まっているわ。教えることはできますが、あなたがそれを使って何をするのかまでは責任を持てません。私はトリグの父君の時代に宮廷に上がりました。私をこの職に任命したのはトリグなのです。とても養育をお手伝いしたんです。玉座にいるトリグを見るときほど誇りに思うことはありませんでした。素晴らしい王でした。本当に。悲しいことですがそうです。宮廷の者は皆いました。それまでいろいろなことを見聞きしてきたものですが、あれは身の毛もよだつような日でした。ウルフリックにはシンボルが必要だったんです。帝国、白金協定、タロス崇拝の禁止、そういうものを象徴していた彼を殺したがっている人間がいた。トリグの父イストロットは意志の力で25年近くもスカイリムをまとめてきました。彼が死んでトリグがシンボルになりました。いいえ、ムートの投票でトリグがスカイリムの上級王となったのはイストロットが死んだ後です。けれどもウルフリックはそのムートに出ていて、ずっとスカイリムの独立について語っていました。反逆寸前でしたね。その点でトリグがどんなにウルフリックを尊敬していたか、ウルフリックは知らなかったと思います。もしウルフリックが立ち上がろう、独立宣言をしようとトリグに直接呼びかけていたなら、 トリグは応じていたかもしれません。なぜなら自治領はスカイリムだけでは退治できない眠れる野獣だから。今でも多くのノルドが帝国軍に参加しているからです。なぜなら帝国から入手する食べ物や資源が人々にとって重要だからです。なぜなら公然と崇めることができないとしても、タロス神はかつてタイバーセプティムという人間であり帝国の祖だったからです。そしてトリグはこの全てを崩壊させてしまうつもりはなかったのです。各種呪文を唱える才能を持つ人向けです。吸血鬼は巧みな狩人です。あなたよりもずっと賢い。早くして。つまらないことには耐性がないのよ。お体に気をつけて。
おい、危ないぞ。
覚えていてください。この世はあなたの血を流そうとする人たちでできている。
武器に手をかく。おい、危ないぞ。気を主張に。おい、危ないぞ。
You know your way with destruction magic. Good. Craft your potions judiciously.
Well, if it isn't my second most favorite person, the first should be pretty obvious. Keep it up, and one of these days you will become like me. Yeah, you wish.
I need as much food as I can get. I'm a growing boy.
I'm all ears. Well,
I'll be all right.
literally, of course.
狼の女王よ、我らが恋に応え目覚めたまえ。深淵なる死の眠りについていたホテマよ、目覚めの時だ。我らが恋に応えよ、狼の女王、汝を召喚する。ホテマを召喚する。
What a waste of time.
What was that?
Emotion is prohibited.
A word of advice. Never buy a used copy of The Lost Argonian Maid. The covers are always worn and the pages stuck together. I just don't get it. I swear, there must be some kind of conspiracy.
そうよ、この世界に戻して汝を我らの声により召喚し、清き者の血が汝を縛る狼の女王よ。言葉により召喚され、血によって縛られる。何をするつもり？バカね。私を自由にできると思うな。言葉により召喚され、血によって縛られる。虫けらども、私を捕らえられると思うな。 何かおかしいわ。侵入者がいる。
The rage within fuels my every strike.
戻ったか。
あら、こんにちは。片付けをしていたところなの。
ルーフスカル洞窟では何か見つかったか。
ここにあるものは散らかさない。
ポテマ本人を阻止したんだろうな。お願いだからそう言ってくれ。本当にこれ以上考えられないほどの貢献をしてくれた。ポテマの復活だなんて考えただけでゾッとする。
You saved us.
彼女は今も夫上級王トリグの死を深く傷んでいる。だから宮廷の細々した雑事の多くは私に任されているのだ。おい、危ない。
いつか勇敢な英雄になるの。あなたを見てるとそれが待ちきれないわ。仲間は必要ないかしら。どう？想像してみて。二人の女、土ぼこりの舞う路上、行く先々の酒場には屈強な男たち、隠された金の財宝。
Solitude.
何？
The sheer scale and size
お
of it
話
never
でき
gets
てよ
old.
かったわ。あまり話そうとしてくる人なんていないから。
Part of this ma- natural wonder known as the Fountain of Goose. Do you think the stories are true? I sure hope so. Yes, I'm listening.
I need as much food as I can get. I'm a growing boy.
You know your way with destruction magic. Good.
Yes? Did you want something? Do you have something to say? Yes, I'm listening. Let me guess. You want to talk? is it? Get away with anything in Skyrim. I just act all cute and innocent, and the guards turn a blind eye. Not that I'm a bad person or anything, most of the time. Let me guess. Was there something you wanted? Yes, I'm listening.
Alchemy, when done right, can provide a discernible combat advantage.
real smooth talk. Huh? Well, don't think you can talk your way around me. What's on your mind? I'm all ears. Well, not literally, of course.
ただの哀れな年寄りだ。あんたの手を煩わせたくないよ。
I want to be a warrior.
なんでそんなことをするの？
What is it? Do you have something to say? What is it? Yes, I'm listening. So you're good at piercing people with your bow and arrow, huh? Do you have something to say?
Craft your potions judiciously.
Hey! 今の何?
Death will be quick.
Yours is quite pretty. You should cherish it. A mortal has but one, although she wears many. Brave or bare, pale or plain, little is said, but in time all is written. In forests of grey or in barren canyons of earth. And when the night draws its curtains on twin suns, all that is left is nothing. All that was is hollow. Tell me, my lady, of what do I speak. Correct. You understand then that to wear many faces and to be without a face is the essence of life, and only in death do we return to the one. But that was then. Such limitations do not apply for those who turn the dead into the living. Perhaps you would like to volunteer that lovely face of yours for a makeover, before the worms decorated with freckles? If you wish to hear my credentials first, then know that I am a disciple of the hollow-faced men of Nohotogra and the witches of Devil Rock. Yet, I digress, for what you require first is a name. I am Yetrail, a sculptor of the dead. I am returning to Morrowind from a 50-year pilgrimage across the deserts of Valakir. I spent 40 years in the service of the Hollow Faces, learning the bending of bone and the dance of flesh. I spent another decade studying under the ancient covens of Devil Rock to study the art of bestial transformation. When I finished my training, it occurred to me that those who ply their trade in deceit could use my services, so I decided to return to Morrowind. Yet the Moric tongue is no more, and the guilds are as brittle as the undead. Skin changers, flesh dancers, the tribe of the wandering faces. The hollow-faced men of Nohotogra go by many names. Like the chirurgeons of Cloudrest and the slave sculptors of Iliad lore, they are masters of the art of molding flesh.
Dragons are coming back. I want to kill one.
Yes, as their existence is as much folklore as their abilities. I trekked to Hammerfell, unsure if my steps were made in vain. For 7 days and 7 nights, I marched across the dunes of Alikir. I collapsed on a nameless dune, surrendering to the heat and the vultures that loomed overhead. Yet, as the birds descended, their faces lost all expression, their eyes as hollow as midnight. As it turns out, they were not vultures, but men, nomads, crossing the desert. I pleaded for water first, and for direction second. The 3 nomads obliged, and led the way. What is it? The next morning I woke up and was startled to find myself surrounded by 3 new guides, each bearing no similarity to the last. Don't be afraid. Must we prattle on about the particulars? I would much rather spend time in the arms of a young adventurer.
Well, if it isn't my second most favorite person, the first should be pretty obvious.
Hey!
I had no choice but to follow. If your skin is cut by the Alikir and does not bleed, then you are considered worthy. Anyone can follow. Few manage to survive the privilege. As you will, my lady. I hope you do not leave, however. I enjoy looking at your face. It blooms with possibilities. A bed of sand may be as soft as a cloud, but individually each grain is extremely coarse. The ancient stonecutters would lay out a line of sand over a block of granite, then run a saw over that line. It is not the same type of saw we use to cut wood. The saw has no edge. It is there simply to apply pressure. The sand serves as its teeth. The sand scalpels of the hollow-faced men are made by binding grains of sand to a small, edgeless knife. The end product is a blade that can shape and cut bone as easily as a man shaves his beard. Why I would bemoan the loss of such a beauty, yet I certainly understand the temptation. Whether it be worshippers of Namira or the common hag, there are many sculptors who adore the grotesque and are experts at crafting the deformed. I am in fact envious of their skill. Everything I fashion ends up being far too beautiful. We all have our individual talents. My preference is to restore the ugly, the defiled, and the decayed to their natural form. Your face is indeed impressive, but I would hesitate to call it perfect. Nevertheless, it matters not. I have not touched living flesh in some time. To say that I am out of practice would be generous. Instead, I have focused all of my resources on sculpting the undead. Restoration. I'm sure you have noticed, but healing potions, spells, and incantations do not repair the dead. Restoring dead flesh, even if it were as pristine as yours, is inconceivable without the knowledge of darker arts. I can shape the skull, mold the cartilage, and bind dyes to their pupils to give their eyes luster. Yet, incisions must be made, and incisions can leave scars. The High Elves have long been obsessed with their appearance, namely maintaining a similarity to their ancestral Aldmer. In time, the practice extended to other, more practical uses. Highborn often have their faces chiseled to maintain the appearance of youth. Thieves, criminals, and necromancers will pay a large sum to change their identity. The chirurgeons of Cloudrest accommodate them all. Isn't it obvious? How can I be a sculptor of the dead without dead people to sculpt? I appreciate your willingness to help. Yes, you may be able to assist me. I am not in need of a fresh corpse, but an old one. You see, upon entering Skyrim, my carriage was sacked by a group of bandits, and I was relieved of some personal effects. Foremost among them was a male hip bone widened to resemble a female's, crafted by a body sculptor. One of my former masters kept it as a souvenir, an oddity one puts on a desk to start a conversation. However, as a young apprentice bored with magic, it became the very catalyst for my life's pursuit. As my skill improved, I gravitated toward the more difficult arts, the more delicate flesh, none more so than the faces of the undead. Yet it all began with that single sculpted hip bone, one given to me as a parting gift when I left for Hammerfell. As the bandits unloaded my belongings, I overheard one of them discussing his future plans. Something about setting up camp overlooking a sleeping giant. His words only confused me, but perhaps you will be able to make sense of it. Excellent. I look forward to having my items returned to me. Some are dear to me for sentimental reasons. Others are vital for resuming my practice. And I assure you, if you do this for me, you will be handsomely rewarded. A coven native to the coast, a league or two north of the Dragontail Mountains. In truth, I would have followed any coven, but after my time in the desert, I longed to see the ocean. Witchcraft naturally aligns with my interests. The ability to transform the body, to lengthen bones and expand the heart is an important skill. It is said the Glenmoral witches once took flight as ravens, and their spells could cure lycanthropy. There was still much I had wished to learn from the beldam of the coven, but such knowledge was only available to the most devoted of supplicants.
Hey!
Yes, they are quite protective of their dens. I would suggest making allies with those who have ties to a sect. It is well known that the aliens kept entire stables full of slaves, relying on their labor to build their shrines and monuments. Back then, slaves were valuable commodities. Stronger specimens, like yourself for instance, would be highly valued on the market. Of course, it is believed this led to underground operations, where the bodies of weaker slaves would be modified to appear robust. I insisted no, demanded they tell me what had happened to the others.
Yes, I'm listening.
And once more bade me to follow. So it went as we traveled across the coastal kingdoms, through sandstorms and mountains.
Was
and
there
the
something
snake
you
pit of
wanted?
Valhalla. Every night I bade my guides farewell, for every morning I knew another set would take their place. Undoubtedly, it seemed I was going in circles. Finally, the guides led me back to familiar sands, and we followed the stars to the nearest settlement. When we reached the oasis, I thanked the last of my guides, and was about to set off when I realized for the first time I recognized their faces. Sullen eyes, thin lips, and hooked noses. They looked almost like vultures. Then I knew. The guides had never changed. Only their faces. The guide saw my expression and nodded. I asked for his name, and if he would take me on as his disciple. "You may follow," he said, "but a name I cannot give, for to name a hollow-faced man is to walk the Alakir, and name the grains of sand. But if you must know, they are assassins, priests. Like followers at Sithis, the Hollows walk the path of the living void. The lifeblood of their magic comes from their tribal gods, to whom they pay tribute at the shade temples strewn across the Alakir.
Remember,
they walk
a
this
smart
long
mouth can't
pilgrimage.
save you when your head
The
is on the floor.
sandstorms cut away at their flesh, shaping their countenance, eroding flesh and bone. You may find that hard to believe, but it is true in Hammerfell sand plays an important role in the shaping of all things. It is sand that allows the saw to cut and shape blocks of stone. Sand that is glazed on the bone cutter's knife as he reshapes your skull. And that is the answer to your query. It is not flesh that makes a face. It is cartilage and bone. Shape that, and the flesh will form around it.
What was that?
Your strength fades.
I'm 11 years
Accept
old,
your fate.
and I can take it.
Another victory.
Hey!
The last person I killed was stiff before he was fully dead. Well, part of him was.
Even death can stop my courage. Power slash. Your efforts are futile against my resolve. Our tactics are superior.
How may I be of... The traveler came to this land not as a visitor or a pilgrim, but a prisoner bonded by fate. Yet she comes before me now as an arbiter, not just of her own fate, but the very world's. For when she speaks, the clouds part, the seas boil, and the earth trembles at her feet. Welcome to my humble abode, Dragonborn. How may I be of assistance? There is much I know, but so little I understand. The pages turn, but the lines are redacted, and only your light can illuminate the darkness. Congeality is a totem with many faces. There are those who use it to ingratiate, and those who employ it to master duplicity. It can be a show of kindness, a perfunctory gesture, or an admission of fear. But I digress. That is an answer you already know. To answer what you do not, my name is Zarlok. I once walked the path of the Greybeards, but now I follow my own. A single point of contention, but a fundamental one. The Greybeards insist on a path of non-violence. While ostensibly honorable, it is a path that defers the responsibility of higher thinking by adopting an easy absolute. I offer to share this sanctuary with them in peaceful coexistence. They chose death. I have some knowledge of the Thorn, but I am hardly a master. Only the Dragonborn has the innate ability to absorb the soul of a dragon, and with it, the essence of the Thorn. It is a gift and a curse. You have been granted power, but endured none of the training to achieve it. The body and the mind are inexorably linked. To train one is to train the other. To become strong is to appreciate the value of effort. It is that discipline one earns to gain the power that provides the wisdom to know when to use it. This is not to say you cannot train your mind to responsibly wield the body the divines have granted you. I suspect that is why they have brought you here, to gain what was lost. I trust you know of its weight, but are not yet capable of grasping the full extent of your actions. Few ever do. However, it is enough that you consider the repercussions of your choices, as that alone will guide you toward decisions that are righteous. The Greybeards will have you believe that the path to wisdom is one wrought through meditation and pacifism. Allow me to elucidate you on why they are mistaken. They will point to the fallacy of situational ethics. They may present an example of a monk who advocates violence and self-defense. However, in the fog of war, who can say what threats to one's safety are real or imagined? The monk is no longer able to trust his judgment. Ultimately, he concludes that ethics must be followed, regardless of the situation. Only then can we walk the path of righteousness. Not just when decisions are easy, when they are hard. Yes. The philosophy the Greybeards have adopted is based on this principle. They insist the mortal mind is too weak to resist such temptation. Therefore, the only way to avoid the criminality of violence is to eliminate it. A conundrum such logic poses is twofold. First, it fails to recognize that mortals, through logic and discussion, are capable of finding solutions to complex dilemmas. Second, the philosophy assumes that personal morality absolves one from ethical responsibility. As the world cascades into war, the Greybeards stand aside, assuaged by the fact their own hands are clean. However, when it comes time for judgment, the Divines will punish us for all the good we did not do, and all the evil we ignored. Whereas others are so rudimentary, even a child could see what is just. Yet the Greybeards will move for neither. True, the last few years were contentious, but it was not always so. Aunt Gear and I were once very close. That was when our skin was not so wrinkled, and our beards not so grey. We were but fledglings then, still learning the way of the voice. We would gather our own supplies from Iverstead, and make the trek back up the 7,000 steps. I still recall the last time we raced up those steps. It was at the dawn of first seed, a brisk spring morning. A simple race to the top. The loser would be responsible for the winner's chores. I was much swifter than he, and greedily accepted the challenge. Little did I know that he had spent a week mastering Wold, the first dragon word of Whirlwind Sprint. By the time I reached the peak, he was ready with bucket and broom. Even then, my old friend opted for the path of least resistance. You seek to insult me by insisting that I'm older than Alduin himself. I take it as a compliment for someone so old to have such vigor. And may the divines grant you the strength to vanquish evil, and the wisdom to recognize it.
Hey! Pa said he'd take me hunting soon. I can't.
おい、危ない!
As the other Nords. So what does that make me? There was something I wanted to ask you.
What was that?
Do you like bones, friend? I like bones. You're welcome to touch mine. That's my collection over there. I like to look at them when I sleep. It's like a big puzzle. There's so many types, and they all fit together. Yes, backbones are very interesting. So many little segments, like a centipede. I killed some bandits the other day. They had such nice bones, and not just inside them. Well, this one bandit was walking around holding a perfectly good set of hip bones, like it was her coin purse. I don't know how she was walking, on account of her hips being outside of her body. Must have been a witch. Hips are my favorite. Shaped like a butterfly, except they aren't made of butter, but bone. Oh no, you can't put a price on bones. That's just wrong. I hoped you would ask me about my bones. I have all kinds, orc spines, elf legs, and little chicken bones you can wear around your neck. The hands are made from a gajit, I think. A lot of sand in the joints. The fingers are fun to look at, so many little bones. I also have a nice set of hip bones with me too, but it's not part of the collection, because they're confusing. By Hizmir's beard, I can't tell whether they belong to a man or a woman. It's very important I know what type of bone I'm handling. Because sometimes I like to put the bones back together. Helps pass the time on the cold days. But I won't put male bones with female bones, or mix human wands with elves. That's an affront to the gods, and I won't be a part of it. About 3 years ago, lost everything to bandits. Should have listened to that traveling carpenter. He was replacing the logs around the village. I almost said yes, until he started trying to sell me on replacing the floorboards. What's an imperial no about fine Nord craftsmanship? So I told him to peddle his snake oil somewhere else. A month later, bandits raided my home. Came right through the front door. They robbed me, beat me, left me for dead. I could reach into my stomach and touch my insides. It was real soft, not like bone. I slumped to the ground, laying my back on the wood. It was rough to the touch. My hand caught a splinter. I thought, even in my final moments, the gods still saw fit to mock me. But when I turned to look at my hand, I saw something rocking gently under the bed. It was an elf potion. No, the vines didn't save me. I was alive but not safe. I started wandering around, sleeping in abandoned tents and moldy caves. But one day I found a cave that was warm, had clean beds, stocks of food. I couldn't believe my luck, too tired to think it was the bad kind. I slept better than I had in years. Would have slept right through my own death when the bandits came home. That is, if not for the rattle by the entrance. Clack, 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 clack. Heard it loud and clear. Bones. Sweet, wonderful bones. I picked up my axe and ambushed the bandits in their own home. But in the end, it was the bones that saved me. Goodbye. The thigh bone connects to the backbone. The backbone connects to the neck bone. The toe bone connects to the foot bone. Foot bone connects to the ankle. No, the ankle isn't just one bone. That can't be right. Have you seen a set of hip bones around here? I seem to have misplaced mine.
Craft your potions judiciously.
Don't be afraid to put on a brave face. Marvelous. and with minimal damage, I see. Although these stains are rather curious. In any case, you have my thanks. The item was incredibly dear to me, as are you for returning it. As such, you have certainly earned your reward. I must say it is most handsome, but it was not always so. This orc skull has been carved to resemble a human. It is by far one of my proudest achievements as a sculptor. I filed off the tusks and contracted the jaw using techniques practiced by the ancient Yokudans for binding feet. It was a passing fancy of mine to sculpt orcs into humans, before I found my true calling as a sculptor of the undead. When my name is known throughout Tamriel, this skull may be considered a priceless historical artifact, a symbol of a road almost taken. Yes, it will make a fine conversation piece for your guests. They will ask you why you have a human skull on display. Imagine their surprise when you inform them it was born an orc. Yes? Safe travels. Where'd you come from? Allow me to demonstrate.
My strength is in service of revenge.
I want your honest opinion. What do you think about my boobs? I mean, do they look the right size?
Show me what you've got.
What?
I'm eager for a challenge. Face my steel.
Harvey!
うして傷つけ合うの？
Surprise! What's his face?
Remember, a smart mouth can't save you when your head is on the floor.
Children creep me out. Is it just me, or do they all look the same? If we had kids, what do you suppose they would look like? No, I'd have
Emotion is prohibited. light armor does provide a lot of tactical advantages. Just don't get hit.
What's on your mind?
Wind Peak で働いてるんです。入ってみてください。
さあ入って。ちょうど火を起こしたところなの。座って体を温めてください。
Yes, I'm listening.
選んでる。言ってあげて。
お友達の
宿の主人はソーリングです。話してみなさい。
あれはただの夢だ。
ソーリング。
別に不思議なことじゃない。
じゃあね、何度も繰り返し同じ夢を見るのは普通だと思う。不気味でしょうがないのよ。選んでるにも一理あるわ。この夢の後に悪いことなんて起きないとあなたは言い続けてるけど、夢は前触れに違いない。
喋らせてやれ。
Are you feeling all right?
Don't worry about me. I'll be fine.
Look after yourself.
できるだけのことはしよう。悪夢の中で皆に願うのは気持ちを強く持って聖女マーラを強く信じ続けてほしいということだけだ。
ありがとう。みんなと同じように鉱山で働いているの。
どんなことで困っているんだ？
宿屋の旅の方が羨ましいわ。ええ、何年か前に母が亡くなって以来ね。時間があれば歌を歌ったり飲み物を用意したりしてる。銀融詩人だった母が教えてくれたの。ソリチュードの大学にいたわ。興味があるの？あそこは死亡者の大半を受け入れるそうよ。それじゃ。
部屋を探。
Here, take a look at this for details.
町の者なら誰でも黒い扉のことは知ってるし、決して近づこうとしない。
Of course.
ごめんなさい。色あって父は取り乱しているの。
はいセラ。
いかがかしら。
嫌とは言えないわね。
Thank you. Here, this is for you.
今回だけよ。
宿屋のウィンドピークには
こちらへどうぞ。
モンスターで一番の銀融詩人がいるの。そう、私よ。
Isn't that simply delicious? You know, I do
What are
love
you
patrons who
looking at?
can keep up with me. So don't be shy about asking for another round later.
Oh yeah? You're a bit scrawnier than the way Argus described you. But I'll be your weakling's uncle the day he tells it true. I suppose the snowback didn't bother to tell you what the job's about either. Don't worry, it ain't a long story. Follow me.
ああ、ちょっと。
若造から指図されるのなんてまっぴらだが、金が必要なんだ。
That's better. Gotta love that fresh winter air. Now, about the job. I doubt Argus told you this, but I used to be a bandit. Had a crew that numbered 24 not a month ago. We were making good coin, raiding caravans and the occasional mine, until one of them decides he wants a bigger slice of the pie. My slice. Don't know how we convinced the others, but about 6 of them made rounds around the camp, cutting throats. All my men dead as dog meat. Wolves outside must have smelled it too, because they started howling. It was them beasts that gave me enough time to figure out what was going on and slip out the back way. Funny part is, I'd been nagging the boys to kill those things for weeks.
Hey there.
For starters, yeah, but getting the hideout back is just as important. It's an old mining shaft. Redorian's Retreat is what they call it, though I can't say why. Just meet me outside the entrance when you're ready.
Sa, 入って。ちょうど火を起こしたところなの。座って体を温めてください。
若造からさ、おい、危ないぞ。
You saved us all. おい、危ない。
宿の主人は総理。何？ちょっと危ないわ。
宿屋のウィンドピークには
部屋を探して。
モンスターで一番の銀融詩人がいる。
おい、危ない。
そう、私よ。
はい、セラ。町全体が恐ろしい悪夢に苛まれている。非常に危険な状況にあるが、私にできることはほとんどないんだ。
Sometimes I think about finding myself a proper man. Someone who can keep up.
人々の命がかかっている状況で背を向けろというのか。そんなことはできない。これらの夢は単なる幻影ではない。デイドラの王バーミルナが残した足跡のようなもので、人々から記憶を吸い取っているんだ。問題の源、ナイトコーラー制度へと戻る必要がある。この件に関して力を貸してくれるか。どうやら喋りすぎたらしい。もし誰かにこの会話を聞かれたらパニックになりかねない。とにかく信用してドーンスターの悪夢を終わらせるのを手伝ってほしい。
父さん、考えがあるの。一日休んで町に行ってみて。
不安を感じるのは理解できる。
宿のことは任せて。
信用とは今の時代非常に手に入れるのが難しい代物だからな。マーラの司祭として言えるのは、我が意志は純粋だということだけだ。
あの人たち飲みに来た父さんを見てた。
素晴らしい。聖女マーラが心からお喜びになる。ナイトコーラー制度はドーンスターから歩いてすぐだ。行くぞ、急がないと。 バーミルナはクワグマイヤという名で知られる奇怪な地で暮らしている。日常がおよそありえない形で進行している悪夢のような土地だ。バーミルナは中央にある城から我々の記憶を集めるため四方に力を及ぼす。人々が代わりに得るのは恐怖と絶望に満ちた幻影だけだ。見当もつかない。馬鹿げた画廊でもあって、そこに展示するために集めているんじゃないか。まあ理由が何であれ、バーミルナの意図は慈愛の精神からは程遠い。は？何でも言う通りにする。すべての疑問に答えると約束しよう。ついてくるがいい。
船長は手下の好きな言い方を借りるなら相続したんだ。母親は家を切り盛りするのと同じようにシースコールを仕切ってたから無理もないけどな。新しい分野の仕事を開拓して船乗りの尊敬を勝ち取りたかったんだ。だけど問題続きだ。この間の取引もそうだ。ウィンターホールド大学から手に入れた上等な虚無の塩。裁く相手を知っていれば大金が手に入るがな。船乗りどもさ、連中が酔っ払ってどっかの洞窟で品物をなくしちまったんだ。探検するのが怖くないなら塩を取ってきてくれれば礼を弾むよ。おい、危ないぞ。母が死んでこの船を受け継いだんだ。彼女は生涯海の上で過ごした。今は同じことをしている。
危ないぞ。
私はおい、危ない。
I do love it when the customers are routed.
ウィンドピークで働いてるんです。入ってみてください。
こんにちは。二人とも死んだよ。
こっちだ。
パパは船乗りで最後の旅に連れて行ってくれた。パパが病気になった後、両親は僕らをここへ入れて出発したってことさ。数日後に死んだんだ。それ以来どうにかやってきたけど辛いよ。本当に辛い。鉱山労働者に食べ物と物資を届けているんだ。あんまり稼げないけど、ほとんどの夜を宿屋の暖炉のそばで眠らせてもらえる。本当、僕の住める場所があるの？ああ、わーい、本気なの？本当にいいの？本当、本気で？わあ、ありがとうママ。約束するよ。絶対に迷惑はかけないよ。
Yes, I'm listening.
娘よ、何を助けてほしいんだ？
Dragons are coming back. I want to kill one.
こっちだ、娘よ。
You know your way with destruction magic.
何を助けてほしいんだ？
What's that?
Do you have something to say? Yes, I'm listening. Yes, I'm listening. Let me guess. Yes, I'm listening. Of course. You actually care how I feel? You really aren't like most people who just shout abuse at me. Although I probably do deserve it. I'm always ready for a chat. Sorry, but isn't it a little bit too soon for all that? You kind of come across as desperate. What would you like to talk about? Sorry, but isn't it a little bit too soon for all that? You kind of come across as desperate. That's very thoughtful of you. Well, if you insist. What's on your, mind? A little bit dizzy. I think we need to slow down for a bit. Which song? That's one of my favorites.
入る前に、いや多くを撃退できないと分かると、バーミルナの司祭たちは宮妻と呼ばれるものを放出し、そこにいたもの全てを眠らせたんだ。この場所の封印が解かれた時、宮妻が無産し、連中が目覚めてしまうのではないかと危惧している。つまりオークと司祭の両方がだ。宮妻は儀式を行うバーミルナの司祭らによって生み出された。吸ったものを深い眠りへと誘うガスなんだ。なぜなら儀式は何ヶ月も時に何年も続くことがあるからだ。宮妻は老化現象を遅らせる目的で生み出されたものだ。残念ながらそうだ。宮妻のガスにさらされる時間が長いほど精神により大きなダメージを受ける。長い期間その影響を受けた者はやがて完全に自分の精神を失うと言われている。一生目覚めない例もあるらしい。中に入れば全てが明らかになる。
Just because you carry a sword, it doesn't make you tough. It's how you use it.
なんだ。
Will you stop embarrassing me? Everyone is looking at us. It must be you. It couldn't possibly be me.
少し待っていてくれ。すぐに開けるから。悪夢の根源を見せてやろう。こっちだ。ドーンスターの災いの源、堕落のドクロにおののくがいい。最奥聖域に向かい、あれを破壊しなければならない。行くぞ、時間がない。
And bandits but sworn even bears travel through Skyrim and walk rugged stairs. Power slash.
Futile efforts.
チェ、宮妻が解放された時に司祭たちが障壁を起動させたに違いない。実際不可能だろうな。さてどうしたものか。どこかに障壁を避けて通る道があるはずだ。図書館を調べて本当に可能か確認しなければならない。これ以上真実を隠す必要はないだろう。この聖堂に関する知識は直接経験して学んだものだ。前はバーミルナの司祭をしていた。聖堂に多くが侵入した時、自分は逃げ出したんだ。他の兄弟たちを見殺しにしてな。この数十年、後悔の念に苛まれながらマーラからの贖罪を求めて過ごしてきた。マーラの博愛の力によって今こそ自らの過ちを正す時だ。図書館の鍵はまだ持っている。準備ができたなら行くとしよう。言い伝えでは堕落のドクロは常に他者の記憶に飢えていると言われている。ドクロは長い間隔離された状態にあった。だがその力が一人でに復活し飢えを満たそうとしている恐れがある。これら記憶との関連については今日に至るまで 学者や歴史学者たちが推測や議論を戦わせているに過ぎないんだ。グズグズしてる場合じゃない。ドクロを一刻も早く破壊しなきゃならないんだ。
Hey,
はあ
I'm 11 years old and I can take you.
あ？おい、危ない！
Well, if it isn't my second most favorite person, the first should be pretty obvious.
ちょうどこの上だ。気をつけろよ。目覚めた者がまだ中にいるはずだ。
もうたくさんだ。
As I expected.
娘よ、何を助けてほしいんだ。グズ
Have I
グズして
mentioned
る
I
場
don't
合じゃ
like
ない。
snow?
ドクロを一刻も早く破壊しなきゃならないんだ。
I'd rather fight for my life than live it. Understood.
娘よ、何を助けてほしいんだ。この図書館にはかつて難解な書物が溢れていた。それが今やどうだ。ほとんどが焼き払われてしまった。探している書物がまだ無事だといいのだが。
What was that? Can't hold a candle to me.
これ以上の邪魔が入らなければ必要な情報を見つけられるだろう。書物だ。夢中の歩みと呼ばれる錬金術について書かれている。その書物の表紙にはバーミルナの肖像画が書かれている。ここのどこかにあるはずだ。バルコニー周辺の棚を調べてくれ。こっちは下の階を調べてみる。
Yes? What would you like to talk about? I'm very tired. I think we should stop and get some rest. I don't mind where. I don't even mind sharing with you. As long as you don't try any funny business. You can ask me anything. Sorry, but isn't it a little bit too soon for all that? You kind of come across as desperate. I rather enjoyed our little chat.
「娘よ、見せてくれ。マーラに祝福あれ。障壁を避けて最奥聖域へと入れる道があるぞ。バーミルナの不活性薬として知られる液体のレシピが必要になる。 そうだ。不活性薬を飲むとバーミルナの司祭たちが夢中の歩みと呼ぶ能力を得られる。夢を利用して現実世界の遠く離れた場所へと移動できる力だ。そう、実に驚異的だ。錬金術と神々の恵みが生み出した飲み物と言えるだろう。残念ながらまだ実際にこの目で見たことはないが、マーラに宣誓した司祭である私に効果はない。不活性薬が効くのはバーミルナの司祭または部外者だけだ。東の胸に研究所があるはずだ。そこまでたどり着ければサンプルを見つけられるだろう。自分自身の目と肉体を通して他人の記憶を見ることができるんだ。周囲にいる者は普通にお前を認識できる。そしてお前が口に出す言葉は自分自身のものではないと感じられる。数々のキーな教えのおかげで極めて多くの議論がなされてきた。それは本当に夢なのか、それとも単なるバーミルナのまやかしなのではないかとね。身の安全を保証するため眠りに落ちている間はずっとそばで見ているさ。何か問題が生じたと判断すれば我が力を使って現実に呼び戻す。とはいえ何が夢中の歩みを終わらせるのかは定かではない。おそらくはバーミルナの好奇心が満たされた時だろう。研究所は図書館に隣接している。不活性薬のサンプルを無事な状態で見つけられるといいが。
Yes, I'm listening. Oh, I hope that wasn't valuable.
Did you hear something?
Actually, do I care?
I think that one day I could trust you. Hey!
Apparently alchemists eat ingredients to learn how to make potions. That doesn't sound very pleasant to me. I mean, who in the right mind would eat a giant stoat or troll fat? As for eating thistles and antlers, that sounds painful.
Could you give me an allowance? Hey!
What was that?
なんてこと。
我が子よ。やめろ。ってことだ。
Yes, I'm
奴らは
listening.
始末した。次は不活性薬を探さなければならない。小さな瓶に入っている。見た目は普通の薬だ。ここから探索を始めよう。不活性薬は黒っぽい液体で長い瓶に入ってるはずだ。見てから持ってきてくれ。 娘よ、何を助けてほしいんだ？娘よ、何を助けてほしいんだ？
What's on your mind?
「娘よ、無事な便を見つけてくれて安心したよ。この場所はまるで多くに荒らされたようなありさまだからな。さて、ついにここまで来たが、お前には残りの道も示してもらう必要がある。さあ、飲んでくれ。ドーンスターの命運はその小さな瓶にかかっている。時間をかければ、それだけ哀れな人々がバーミルナの犠牲となるんだ。ためらう気持ちは理解できる。しかし、必ずうまくいくと約束しよう。
多くは西洋聖域まで入り込んだ。バレンの兄弟。
持ちこたえろ。ドクロを奴らに渡すわけにはいかない。だが、他にはもう残っていない。
Alchemy, when done right, can provide a discernible combat advantage.
宮妻を放
Do
出
you
し
have
なけれ
something
ば。
to say?
宮妻だが、兄弟。
他に選択肢はない。
Yes,
これは
I'm
バーミルナの
listening.
意志だ。お前はどうする、カシミール。バーミルナの意志に使える心構えはあるのか？なら決まりだな。カシミールよ、障壁を作動させ、宮妻を放出してくれ。邪魔はさせん。ソレク
Did you
よ、我
want
々はこ
something?
こにとどまり、必要とあらば命がけでこのドクロを守らなければならん。
Let me guess. You want to talk?
さあ、終わりだ。さらばだ、兄弟よ。
What's on your mind? something to say? It was at the College of Winterhold that I learned the spell that made people naked. It has definitely got to be my favorite. It was all my idea, of course. Oh, I can show you if you like. Whoa, calm down. I didn't mean on me, I was talking about on you.
うまくいったぞ。マーラに祝福あれ。不活性薬を飲んだ後、お前の姿は消え、あちら側で具現化されたんだ。こんなのは今まで見たことがない。夢中の歩みに伴う危険については事前に説明しておいたはずだ。しかし無事に戻ってこれたようだな。今となっては何の問題もないだろう。その通りだ。バーミルナのまやかしを畏怖するあまり使命を滞らせてはいけないな。すまなかった。ここから先は最奥聖域だ。ドクロのある場所へたどり着き、ドーンスターの問題に終止符を打たなければならない。さあ行こう。来い、ドクロを破壊しに行くぞ。
Hey! Oh no, you don't!
Craft your potions judiciously.
I need as much food as I can get. I'm a growing boy.
Yeah! 奴らがまだいる。
What was that?
Get back here. Get back here.
Enemy dispatched. Don't mess with me.
Mate. ベーレ、ソレク、生きていたのか。礼は言わないぞ、カシミール。もうその名前は名乗っていない。今の名はエランドゥル、マーラの司祭だ。裏切り者め、俺たちを見殺しにし、ミアズマの影響を受ける前に逃げ出しやがった。違う、ただ怖かった。 眠る覚悟はなかったんだ。嘘はもうたくさんだ。ドクロを破壊させはしないぞ、マーラの司祭め。ならばもはや選択の余地はない。
You won't win, you know that, right? Another basement.
そのベーレンとソレクなら知っている。二人は友人だった。これは過去に対する報いなのか。これほどまでに苦しめることがマーラのご意志だというのか。そうなっていたらドーンスターの命運は閉ざされていただろう。なかなか面白いものの見方をするんだな。時が来た。ドクロを破壊しなければ後ろに下がってくれ。聖女マーラから許可を与えられた儀式をこれより執り行う。まずはこの障壁を取り除く呪文を唱える。我は求める聖女マーラよ。堕落のドクロは飢えている。記憶を渇望し、代わりに悪夢を置いていく。この障壁を突き破り、堕落のドクロをオブリビオンの彼方へと葬り去る力を与えたまえ。
お前を欺こうとしているのですよ。儀式が終わりし暁にはドクロが解放され、エランドゥルがお前に襲いかかるでしょう。急ぎなさい。ギャツを殺してドクロを奪うのです。バーミルナがお前に命じます。
してほしい。この聖堂のせいなんだ。辛い表情に見えたら許してほしい。この聖堂のせいなんだ。ああ、ドクロは破壊した。これでドーンスターは安全だ。我々が入ってきた控えの間にマーラを祀る小さな祠を建てたんだ。余生をずっとここで過ごし、過去を葬り去り、許しを求めて祈り続けるつもりだった。しかし今はお前の力になりたいと願っている。もし共に旅をしたいと思うならいつでも来てほしい。礼など言う必要はない。お前のおかげでドーンスターの人々が救われたんだ。感謝されるべき者がいるとすれば、それはお前自身だよ。
Well, you may have come out empty-handed, but yeah, you're empty-handed. That's not exactly good, is it?
Huh?
So you're good at this, What is it? You can ask me anything. I'm nauseous from the smell. This place absolutely stinks. Almost as bad as you do. That was a joke, obviously. Or was it? I'm glad that's sorted.
Skyrim はよそ者の少ない土地だったけど今じゃハンマーフェルから来た傭兵たちが本所になっている。
Father says I don't have the knack for reading.
Oi, 危ない!
The city feels too open. Not my taste.
Do you...
I'm ready if you are.
If there is one thing I don't like, it is people who think they are really tough and special and boast all the time. Also, don't you just hate those people who talk about pointless stuff that they really should keep to themselves? What? Why are you looking at me like that?
敬意を表しますわ、重視様。
Besides combat and training, I do enjoy a good read every now and then. After all, knowledge is power. Up for a little hunting?